Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back. And, honestly, it's been a while. And with everything that I'm doing, that's going to be coming up in next few days, stuff like that, I figure, you know what? Maybe it's time I try and go back and maybe do a little bit more Rogue Trader. Just kind of had that inkling to do some more Warhammer. But before we get into that, we got a little bit of sad news and some not news. But Aylin, how you doing? How are the things? How are the things going? You're doing? I hear ya. I totally hear ya. It was a much needed day off for me. Much needed. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. It was a much needed day off. So I'm glad that at least I got that. But let's get into the sad news and then the not really news thing. Aylin, days off are good. You need your rest. That's true. That's very true. Aylin, you and Lance are going to be interested in at least one of these things. But sadly, we got to start off with this one. Vince Zampella, Respawn co-founder and head of the Battlefield series, is dead at 55. Vince Zampella, Respawn Entertainment co-founder and head of EA's Battlefield series, has died. NBC Los Angeles reports that Zampella was killed in a car crash on Sunday, December 21st, on SoCal's Angels Crest Highway. The driver was pronounced dead on the scene, and the passenger later died in a hospital, though no confirmation on which of the two Zampella was. He founded Respawn Entertainment in 2010 with Jason West, which has since launched games like Titanfall and Titanfall 2, Apex Legends, and the Star Wars Jedi series. Before that, Zampella was a lead at Call of Duty Modern Warfare maker Infinity Ward. EA acquired Respawn in 2017, and Zampella has been its CEO since. In 2021, Zampella became the head of Battlefield for EA amidst wider franchise changes that included the creation of a Battlefield universe. Zampella, alongside Battlefield Studios, helped make Battlefield 6 an inarguable success for the series, which wasn't in the best place following 2022's Battlefield 2042. That's pretty much it. They don't have anything else. I know that there was one article that was talking about like the car that he was driving, or that he was in at the very least, where we're not sure whether he was a driver or the passenger. But yeah, other than that, they don't really have any idea what caused the crash. They have no idea. I guess the only other thing that there is that they do have a I guess somebody recorded, like, I don't know what they were recording, but in whatever recording it was, they did see the car go off the cliff, basically. Wonder if it happened because of the blackout. I have no idea. I have no clue. But yeah, it was just the car went right off the cliff, sadly. So yeah, that's kind of a bummer. It really is a bummer. Yeah, I mean, rest in peace. It sucks, but yeah. Next up, you ready for some not so much news? I think we can all safely say we know this picture. Bethesda gives us an update on the Elder Scrolls 6 development. During our in-depth conversations with key people at Bethesda for our big Fallout retrospective in the latest issue of Game Informer, we also touched on how development on The Elder Scrolls 6 is progressing. The game was first announced in 2018, but hasn't received any meaningful updates since then. They were all understandably guarded, but here's what they had to say. Angela Browder, the studio director: "It's wonderful to be back in the Elder Scrolls universe. As the internet likes to tell us, it's been a while. And the industry and the hardware and all of this have made such huge leaps and bounds since the last time we made one of these. Like, I'm actively excited about what's in front of us because the opportunities, hardware, rendering, all of this stuff is just, the possibilities are crazy. I will be honest, for me, sometimes I see things that are happening and I go, Angela from Skyrim days could never have envisioned seeing this like this now." And that is a cool thing to be a part of. And it's a thing that I hope that when the day comes that our fans play it, that they, especially those of them who have been lifers with our brands, can really see how far it's all come. You can see that right now, you load up the original Oblivion, you load up the remaster, and you can see how far it's all come. So to me, The Elder Scrolls 6 is this endless set of possibilities that is really, really exciting as a developer, but really, really exciting as someone who really likes to think about how far everything has come in our industry. It's going to be dope. It's dope. So she's not really saying a whole lot of anything other than it's pretty dope. Todd, the liar. "It's progressing really well. The majority of the studio's on 6, but I'll say this, we always overlap. So we're very used to overlapping development, and we have long pre-productions on things so that we feel good about them. And it's a process. We all wish it went a little bit faster or a lot faster, but it's a process that we want to get right." I don't know. Is it just me, or does it feel like he's just kind of trying to blow smoke up our ass with this one? Because I'm going to be honest, I played Starfield and it wasn't all that good. And I'm not entirely sure where this whole long pre-production thing took place for Starfield. Maybe that's just me, but Starfield was not good. It wasn't horrible, but it also wasn't good. Like, if you haven't tried or played Starfield, take everything that makes Skyrim a phenomenal game for you and take it out of the game. Don't explain why. Just take it out. It's just not there anymore, right? As if it has never been there. It is just a blank canvas for things that could possibly be there, but aren't. That's pretty much what Starfield is in a nutshell. Right? Like, it sucks to put it that way, but yeah. Emil Pagliarulo, "I can say that it's going. It's funny because the time pressure that players put on us, we don't put on ourselves. And I know that can be frustrating for players who are dying to play a game. Games take a long time and games get pushed all the time. GTA just got pushed again, which was the smartest thing they could do because a game the size of these games, they take not just a long time to make, but a long time to spit and polish and iron out the bugs. Since when has Bethesda ironed out any bugs? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there quite literally a term for the way that Bethesda comes out with games, and it's quite literally called Bethesda jank? And so what do fans really want? Do they want a game that comes out before it should and doesn't meet their expectations? You mean like Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 and every new version of Skyrim and Starfield? You mean like those? Or do they want the turkey that is in the oven for long enough to be delicious when it finally comes out of the oven, you know? That's what I think people are going to want. So we're going to take our time, and as long as it needs to be great. I'm very, very confused. When have they gotten rid of bugs? Isn't that usually like that's kind of like Bethesda's MO for a while. Ah, it's fine. Don't worry, the players will take care of it. Like, is it just me? Am I reading too far into it, or wasn't Fallout 4 kind of like? I seem to remember a thing with Fallout 4 when literally the devs told us, "Oh, you don't like the base building? Just put down like 3 couches and get through it." Or, oh yeah, Fallout 76. There's a lot of bugs, but hey, look, we got a store. Or, hey, look, it's Starfield, but there's nothing in it. And don't worry, because real space is just as boring as our game. Like, guys, what are we doing? Why? Why? Like, I'm pretty sure those things were said. Maybe not word for word, but yeah. There's a triangle of settlements that if you develop them all, you'll crash and you can't fix it with a mod at all. Oh boy. So Fallout 4 is still fucked. Fallout 76 loves to fuck with people, but they really, really, really love the money that they make from the store. Starfield had nothing in it, if I'm being quite honest. Yeah. Just base fucking... I mean, like... Didn't we literally watch the thing, the down the rabbit hole thing for Skyrim and the unofficial Skyrim mod, which the whole purpose of was to fix all the things that they didn't initially and to add in things that were only kind of half-assed? And beforehand, it was the same thing with Oblivion. Don't get Lance started about modding Skyrim these days with all the stupid paid mods updates. Wait, you have to buy the mods? Do you really? That's actually kind of ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. Like, I can see... okay, let me put it this way. I can understand, assuming that's what you mean, I can understand people wanting to get paid for their work, right? Completely understand that. Especially if it's a labor of love and it's something that you feel you might be able to turn into an actual job. You don't have to, but every time they update the store for new mods, it borks everything else for normal. Oh, God. Yeah, here's how I feel, right? I don't have a problem with people wanting to get paid for something that they're very good at. Or even if they want to turn it into something along the lines of like an actual job, right? How cool would that be? We'll use Skyrim as an example. You're doing things, you're fixing the game, you might be adding new content, there might be like cut storylines or cut characters that you find after data mining. You bring them back in as best you can so that you can do new missions and new quests and get new gear and like all this other stuff. Hell, people have done, and I've seen it through Lance, total conversions, right? That's cool. If you love something that much, right, why wouldn't you want to get paid for it? totally makes sense. Yeah, these are Bethesda QA'd mods, not the Nexus mods that are actually good. It's Horse Armor 2.0 for basically every... Oh, God. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, it sounds like Bethesda, sadly. That's even worse, if I'm being honest, because what I was going to say is, okay, you know what, fair enough, right? People want to get paid. I understand people wanting to get paid, but it's not their thing, so they can't really do it and piss off, right? But that's not what's going on. You're literally talking about, oh, Horse Armor 2.0, it's now borked whenever the game updates, and it fucks with the other mods. Got it. That's even worse. And if I remember correctly, Fallout... Was it Fallout 4? I want to say it was Fallout 4. Fallout 4 had something similar, right? You had the guys that were working on Fallout London, and then Bethesda came out with this really, really, really big update that updated a lot of stuff. And they were like 80 or 90% of the way done with Fallout London, and then they had to stop. And then they had to redo absolutely everything with this new code so that it could be up to the standards that the new version of Fallout 4 was, so that it didn't fuck with anything. And that delayed it even further. Yeah, they're fucking with base code, so you have to wait for everyone to update their mods if they decide to do it. Yeah, they're fucking Skyrim and Fallout 4 every day. That's insane. You don't want to see that? I totally do, actually. Hang on. Fallout 4 Steam reviews. I definitely want to see it. Absolutely. This is just regular Fallout 4, right? Yeah. $7.99. Oh boy. Okay, recent reviews. Fuck you, Bethesda. And you too, Todd fucking liar. Nice. Don't get me started on backporting the version codes to make sure the mods... Oh, God. Go to the Creators DLC one? Oh, God. Bethesda, please stop releasing updates to 10-plus-year-old games. Just breaking mods and frustrating players at this point. Also, old bugs are not getting fixed and more are being introduced with each update. Please focus on Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5. Let the rest be, except for Fallout 76. Yeah, no, 76 still really sucks dick, so please fix that one. Go to the Creations DLC. Hang on, I gotta find it. Let me see here. Creation, well, this is the Creations bundle. Mostly negative. Oh no. This pack erased 10 years of saved games and memories. I've got thousands of hours in this game. It is genuinely my most cherished game, and I lost all of my save data, and the game is now unplayable. It goes to 400 by 800 windowed mode and won't get out of it. All I did was download it, started a new game, and with some strange patch that occurred today, I lost it all. I'm not so sure I want to play this game anymore, and that hurts. Ouch. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? Requires access to Bethesda servers that you probably can't even connect to because this most recent update demolished your game structure, basically a money sink. I want my money back. It seemed like there was more content available than just skins. Bethesda should be ashamed at this pitiful excuse of a cash grab. Oh, okay, here's a long one. Well, longer. So picture this. You paid money for this game 10 years ago. And then 10 years later, you celebrate the anniversary of the game by trying to figure out how they managed to screw it up. Then you start wondering why they decided to release this Creation Bundles DLC, other than to recuperate the losses after the mess-up. This is literally Skyrim Anniversary Edition all over again. No, really, this Creation Bundle DLC is a rehash of what they did for Skyrim Anniversary Upgrade and the Anniversary Edition proper back in 2021. You paid for the game 10 years ago, and then 10 years later, they expect you to shell out more money to get the extra Creation Club stuff. Would you want to buy the game again with a new inflated price due to the inclusion of this pack? No, do not buy this mod DLC. Do not waste your money on this mod-fried dog meat. Ouch. You can tell they don't mod the game. I get so used to losing hours in this game. My original review was basically they retconned all the Fallout 2 and quirks that Black Isle did for a story that was incredibly bland. Oof. Best part about Creations... they're already free on Nexus, and those mods are better. Oh, boy. I bought the bundle on sale for around $17. I got nothing. No new weapons, no new content whatsoever, nothing, nada. I literally paid money and got zero in return. Don't waste your caps. I love Fallout 4, but I don't like scams. Fair. Spent $20 for something that doesn't work. I could have gotten a fun indie game I had my eye on, and instead gave my money to this company so that I cannot use it. The paint jobs work, and that's it. I can't play this, and what sucks is that the people who made this already have our money. Why should they fix it when they already got paid and can just ignore us? If this starts to work again, and I'm wrong about my comments, then please let me know so I can delete this and play with all the fun stuff. Now I'm going to go play a game that works. Ouch. Had to test it out, breaks the game. Cannot play longer than a few minutes at a time. Save your time, and don't give them any money for this crap. Update, went through and removed the content, and everything works again. Ouch. Paid for the Creations bundle, and none of the Creations will install. Steam recognizes the DLC being installed, but the in-game add-on screen does not. Actually wish I never spent my money on this. Disappointed is an understatement. Oof. This update has completely broken the game on PlayStation for the foreseeable future. Holy shit. Hey, combine the fucking BA2 files all into one fucking file, Bethesda. Why the fuck do you guys not merge them for people who buy the Anniversary Edition? You fuck your customers over with this Anniversary Edition by giving them 150 plus fucking mods, and all of them are just fucking skins, so people lose out on mod space. I will not recommend out of principle until you fix this shit and merge the BA2 files into one so people have their mod space. Ouch. At the moment, this DLC doesn't work. Would not recommend buying it. It doesn't matter how good your PC is if it won't even download or let you enable the DLC pack. Oh my god. I cannot use or install any of the creations in this bundle. I had to Google and search around to even find a decent list of what creations are meant to be included, but after installing the bundle, it says I have the bundle in add-ons, but it does not recognize owning any of the items. I have a BethesdaNet account logged in. I fresh installed the whole game, and I got nothing after buying this DLC. I'm extremely disappointed with Bethesda and Slop, and will be requesting a refund. Do not buy it. Wow. I'm gonna get this for over a month. Ouch. I had to learn how to clean mods. I made my own branches of mods in Nexus, and I know Bethesda's main branch is confusing at worst, badly, well, treed at best. Oof. Was planning on doing a replay of this game, even though the Anniversary Edition was a cash grab. I was excited to run through the game again and explore the new creations. I downloaded the Creation Bundle. My game is now unplayable. I am getting the lookup failed bug despite running 0 mods, and can't play the game for more than a few minutes without a crash to desktop. Bethesda was once my favorite game company. It's truly disheartening to see how far they've fallen. If you merge them, it makes certain free mods unusable, so it gives you freedom to disable that one mod that's blocking you from using a favorite. Oh boy. Totally breaks the game, won't allow me to load into my previous saves. Truly a spit in the face from Bethesda. I'm a clown for purchasing this, but truly did not expect it to be this piss poor. Okay, this is an honest, genuine question. I truly, truly mean this. I was not the biggest fan of Starfield. I think that's safe to say, right? This is the same company who made Starfield. So my question is, what is it that people expected? Like, don't get me wrong, I was pleasantly surprised with the Skyrim remaster. I was very pleasantly surprised. It all worked. It still had some Bethesda jank, but that's okay because they just literally took UE5 and right down on top of the original engine, and, you know, things worked. Okay, cool. But at the same time, like, I wasn't, aside from it literally being, or it literally allowing me to play Oblivion on modern systems, I wasn't expecting much of anything else. Right? So, when it comes to Starfield, I feel like after Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Starfield, plus all the bullshit that they've been doing for years with Skyrim, Starfield was like bottom of the barrel. So my question is, like, what did we really expect? You mean Starfield Wars? Well, funny thing, I do plan on doing Star Wars Genesis, but it is a big honking download. It is a girthy, turgid download. So that will be coming. I do have Starfield. I have the Steam version, which is what is needed, but it's a girthy, throbbing, turgid download. Like, it's huge. Less like Skyrim, actually. More populous in the wild rather than population all tucked into the cities. It was the rose-colored glasses in the hope that they would deliver. I mean, I can understand that to an extent. I'm not trying to just sit here and actively shit on anybody or anything. It's just when I look back, I go, okay, we had Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was a mess basically from day one, to the point where they literally told people, hey, you don't like the base building, just fucking put 3 couches down and call it a day. Okay. Fallout 76, I know Fallout 76 was done by another team, but it still had to be approved by Bethesda and by Todd, and they let that disaster happen. Starfield, the only 2 games that I can really say in recent memory that I've thoroughly enjoyed from Bethesda were Oblivion Remaster, and one that was published by Bethesda but made by Machine Games, which was Indiana Jones. Like, those are the only 2 that I've been, like, thoroughly impressed by, right? Because there's a mission in Starfield, and this is where I was like, okay, I'm done. Right? I tried playing through all the, you know, the storyline stuff. I'm going to be honest. They're like, after like the first 8 hours, there is no storyline in Starfield. There really isn't. But there's a side mission that you can go to, and there's a colony ship that's like 200 years old that finally makes it to a planet, right? Unfortunately, you can't contact it, but the head of the planet wants to talk to you. So you go down onto the planet, and then you find out, hey, I'm guy who runs planet. I'm also a complete dickhead and asshole. And I want you to get rid of them. I don't care if you destroy them. I don't care if you go talk to them, but either way, get rid of them. So then you go up to the world ship and you dock and you talk to them and you find out, yeah, they came from Earth like 200 years ago. It's a colony ship. It's, you know, faster than light, but barely. And it took this long to get here. Oh, yeah, we know that there are people down there, but the technology differences don't allow us to talk to one another. Hey, maybe you could kill them for us because this was our planet first. So then you go back down to the guy on the planet, and the planet goes, and the planet guy goes, well, I don't care if it was theirs first, it's ours now. So I'm not saying kill them, but I'm also not saying let them breathe. Now, this is where, if I'm being honest, I thought this is going to be fun because I could go full Skyrim or I could go full Oblivion. This is the mission that killed it for me, right? I tried killing the leader of the planet. Didn't work. I literally killed every other person multiple times because they had him on like a respawn timer. I killed every single other person on that planet. Took me over an hour. Could not kill that guy. So I said, okay, fuck it. Went back up to the world ship. Tried to do the same with them. Could not kill the head of the world ship. So the only thing that I could do would be to talk one way, one side or the other, into some sort of trigger that would allow the other side to kill one of them. Or possibly work together in peace. And I was like, oh, this is what people mean by it doesn't matter what you do. After that, I was kind of done with Starfield, if I'm being completely honest. It just, there wasn't enough. There were some cool ideas in there, and I thought like there was some stuff that would be really, really fun, but it faded quickly. Lack of personality doesn't work for me either. Yeah, I guess my biggest problem, because this is one of the issues that I've had with EA for so long, up through 2042, right, is me personally, if I get bit by one game and they keep apologizing, and every time they do something, it just breaks the game more, and then finally they say, we've learned our lessons, we're coming out with a new version, we're coming out with a sequel, it'll be out in a year, and then a year goes by, and it's the same problem, but more of the problem, I'm done. Right? So Battlefield 3 was fun but had problems. Battlefield 4 turned into a disaster. Then there was Battlefield 1, which started out as a disaster. Then there was Battlefield 5, which, if I remember correctly, has always and will continue to be a disaster. And then there was Battlefield 2042, which has been really nothing but a disaster up until right before the release of Battlefield 6. And I love Battlefield 6, but I, in all honesty, up until Battlefield 6, I hadn't been excited for anything Battlefield that EA and DICE were putting out for over a decade. So if we take that and we put that into like Bethesda terms, we've got Fallout 4 was borked from the get-go, and then they kind of fixed it. And then Fallout 76, again, different team, but it had to be approved. That was a disaster. And then you had the new Fallout 4 stuff come out, which broke the game entirely. You lose everything. And then you have Starfield, which has nothing in it, to the point where they specifically came out and made the excuse, hey, Space IRL is just as boring as Space in our game, which is a weird flex, but okay. So it's like, why? What, if the game is borked or the game don't work, or the game still don't have fixes, why would anybody go back and get new DLC? I have a high-end PC. I used to be able to play this game with no loading screens. I added the CC, and now I can't even start a new game. Firstly, it took like an hour to download the CC crap I bought. Now when I go to start a new game, it's just click on the little green loading dealie in the lower right of the screen. I can't even get to War Never Changes. I cannot start a new game. I don't necessarily want a refund. I want this to work. But Bethesda never changes. Puts out money-making scams before making sure it actually works. There you go. Because the paid mods were doing so badly, they decided to add curated mods to make up the losses they got. Jesus. Why does this one just feel like one massive run-on sentence? We'll try it. They could fix literally half the problems with this bundle by taking all the skins for the weapons, armor, power armor, Pip-Boy, and the dog, and put all of them into one file with BA2. But that would make too much sense, and they want to say that the bundle contains 150 items, leaving out that most of them are just skins, and that all of these items need their own BA2 file. So even my mod list, 230 mods with about 140 of them being cool weapons and free, doesn't work anymore because the BA2 limit. I checked, it's definitely the BA2 limit. I even tried to just delete the skins, but as soon as I started the game, it asked me if I wanted to download all my creations, and the only response allowed was okay. There was no option to say no. Don't buy this. This is permanently, for at least the foreseeable future, ruined Fallout 4 for me. Ignore the thumb up and do not buy this. To clarify, because I've been getting messages, a lot of these creations have 2 BA2 executables. It's not 150 BA2s, more like 300 in a game with a BA2 limit that's just over 500. You would think that with Season 2 of the TV show being around the corner, someone at Bethesda would remember to bring the one brain cell they all have to share. I've gone through all 230 of my mods one by one. 13 of them don't work, but I'm expecting updates to them eventually because they are very popular utility mods. All of my weapon mods are actually still working. 3 of them have a broken script where they're supposed to add an item to my inventory, but they don't. It's a moot point because I can still craft that item at a chem station, so there's 3 mods. So these 3 mods still work. I cannot have more than 86 mods active right now because of the BA2 limit. If they had put all the Creation Club items into a single file with a single executable, which would be doable because by buying this bundle, you are buying all 150 Creation Club items, my mod list would basically still be working. The modders have kept this game going for 10 years now, ever since Fallout 4 launched, and pretty much everyone on console or PC either is, has, or will run at least one mod because of how accessible the mods are for this game. The BA2 executable limit is very important to the modders because you can only have so many, and the modders are the biggest voices in the community right now, and Bethesda decided it would be a good idea to kill the BA2 limit. So in order to be this tone deaf to their own very dedicated community, is a demonstration of incompetence so severe that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would not have previously believed it possible. Bethesda players forgive way too much. I know I have. Ignore the thumbs up and do not buy this. Ouch. This was less than a month ago, by the way. Wow. %21% of the 390 user reviews for this game are positive. Only 21% out of almost 400 are positive. Jesus. Well, let me see. So it says 390 at 21%. There's only 82. There's only 82 positive reviews out of almost 400. Jesus. That is insane. The positives are probably those who don't mod the game. Yeah, I can see that, to be fair. And some are false positives like the one we just read. Yeah, that's true. I think that's true. That's really sad. The unmodded game is almost unplayable. Oh dear God. I don't understand how and or why people can just fuck things up so badly. I don't get it. All right. Rogue Trader time. Let's do this. That's so sad. Also, Lance, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Money? I mean, sure. Yes, they are making money off of you, even though you're getting fucked. I agree. Just modding your Skyrim, actually. Nice. To be fair, money is a short term, but now long term, they look to be laying off some staff. Yeah, that's sad too. You can enable install DLC in your current playthrough by opening the DLC section of the in-game menu after loading your save. Enable and enable. Nice. That's insane. Oh yeah, that's right. Our guy's Barnabas. I forgot about that. You know what's funny about all the chaos about the mods? What's that? Rykod Minoris. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. I am ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once. If modders for these essential mods just came back and updated the mods community, would be absolutely fine. I could see that. Those on deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still. Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
God damn it.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you.
Oh, okay.
It is the gift of death.
What?
Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Oh, okay.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
So, okay, these guys are a blood cult. One thing you have to remember about ships in Warhammer 40k is that they're so big that it is impossible to keep track of everybody, right? The issue is that you have all these groups and all these different cultures that like come together on these ships, and they evolve whether or not the bridge crew does or not. This blood cult evolved on the ship, and now they're basically offering me their protection and gifts so long as I allow them to stay, basically. Crit, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? You've heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship for the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. I want to do one thing, hang on. Turn the music down a wee bit. There we go. Yes. I think it's probably a little column A and column B, and best to keep on their good side. Yeah. They create a religion based around blood and death, and they earn a following. I create one, I end up on a government watch list. Well, okay, so, but here's the thing you have to remember, right? This is Warhammer 40k. So the entire Imperium of Man, objectively speaking, the entire Imperium of Man right now is in a very hypocritical state. For instance, during the Great Crusade, 10,000 years previous to this time frame, the Emperor and his Primarch sons went out to reunite the million inhabited human worlds and bring them back into the fold of the Imperium. There was a thing called the Imperial Truth. The Imperial Truth was the truth set down by the Emperor that specifically stated magic is bullshit. There are no such things as gods. I am not a god. What is true is science, understanding, and also we get to be really xenophobic because we're the best people in the galaxy and fuck everybody else, and we don't give a shit about anything else that they do because I'm right. But aside from that part, everything else sounded pretty good. Truth, understanding, we're abolishing all religions, I'm not a god, right? The Horus Heresy happens, the Emperor gets slain, he gets put on top of the Golden Throne, he's in a perpetual state of just before death. Because of the way that he was mortally wounded and he ended up there, it was very, very much like sacrifices in religion that we've seen in the Bible and in other places and so on. So then there was a cult that basically believed he was a god. Right? Problem is that cult turned into quite literally the controlling body of the entire Imperium and became the state religion. So now, instead of the Imperial Truth, which is what the Emperor said, I'm not God, science rules, magic is bullshit, anything that looks like a god is actually just an alien and aliens suck, that's been turned into, there is only one god and it is the Emperor. If you don't like it, you will die. If you tell me to go fuck myself, you will die. If you think other than anything that we've just told you, you will die. Also, you will die so hard that your family will wish that you had never said anything because their planet just got nuked into oblivion. So, yeah. That's kind of where the Imperium's at right now. It's not even the dictator mentality. That's the worst part. It isn't, because the dictator would be the Emperor, but the Emperor is unconscious on the throne. The Emperor would be the dictator, but he's dead. So, yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. I mean, out of character, I know why they do it. I know why the lore is pushed in certain ways and so on. Long story short, it's because they get to sell more models and because the Eternal War is allowed to keep going. Maybe that's what I messed up on my pamphlets. I just thought I didn't have enough tacos. I mean, it could have been both. Tacos are important. So Deathcall watches over my crew, they who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
So they cut themselves a lot, bleed everywhere, kill the heretics, and get the answers from the Undying Emperor through Miss Cleo. Seems legit. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You have experienced it before. When you walk through the scorching flame and survive, the eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. Tell me about yourself. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the Bloodspun Web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Okay, well, what exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
I kind of have an issue with the faltering part, but the apostasy is a problem. For sure. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the Bloodspun Web itself.
Okay.
Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
Instead of helping those who may soon stumble, you offer them death?
We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The Bloodspun Web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Nice. Listen, it's for the Emperor. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One, is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
Okay.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the Bloodspun Web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
The others echo her words from beneath their bone masks. Undergo the test. Sure.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Hey, she's just like, I'm gonna put on a show. Okay. I mean, think about it. Like, this is kind of a win-win for me. If you really think about it, right? Because if she dies in the process, then there's no more blood cult that I really have to worry about because they just lost their leader. So then I don't have to worry about everything smelling like pennies. But if she kills them, then that's more heretics I don't have to worry about.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will set them free.
Oh, shit.
Or perish!
Oh, I gotta play as her. Oh. Okay. Kibula has a remarkable background as a death cult assassin. She can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of Kibula's next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and any enemies behind the target. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. Kibula can also use a special throwable consumable item called Blood Vial to spill even more blood on it, so everything just smells like pennies. Kibula is a blade dancer. Blade dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using 2 special attacks, Blade Dance and Death from Above. Blade Dance ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light strikes against random adjacent targets. If there's only one adjacent target, all the strikes are directed against that target. If 2 swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Jesus. Death from Above allows the Blade Dancer to swiftly leap into a selected cell, and upon landing, deal damage to all adjacent targets. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. The Blade Dancer gains charges by killing their enemies. The Blade Dancer's main characteristics are weapon skill, agility, and strength. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance and makes their abilities more efficient. For example, increasing the number of strikes made with Blade Dance. Strength increases the damage dealt with swords. Most of the Blade Dancer's abilities can only be used with a sword equipped. Some abilities available through progression cost wounds instead of AP. Okay.
I shall not fail.
What am I doing?
No.
Not a suitable path. Okay.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Yay!
As the tenets demand.
Holy shit.
My blade will.
Jesus!
The shadows will.
Out of my way!
Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
Are we sure about that? There's more?
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Oh, because I gotta move first. Okay.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Oh, that's why I'm hitting the wrong button. That'd do it.
shall not fail is a blessing. Trust me. As honor orders.
Damn.
The shadows will see the other side.
Holy shit. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. She wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown you proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Dom and Barnabas? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valancius enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Cabela, but I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had good reason. The Master-at-Arms clears their throats. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malik did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Heinrich takes a drag on his IO stick, exhaling a thick smoke through his clenched teeth. That's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. True. Plump old man in the rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully, my deepest predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flowed the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them favor in House von Valancius. Interesting. Seems not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor Adalbert, your lordship, is a humble servant of the Emperor. I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor, in other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I am here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate the officers' chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary. Tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. It was beset by famine and pestilence. The ship was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the archenemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted, the famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tipped dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. Damn. Wish to hear what my retinue thinks. Yeah, I got a turbo murder nun, which is awesome. I have heard, though only at a distance, the prayers the spinners offer up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The blood-spun web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question as their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Nice. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the blood-spun web and approved of its mission. It's strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like a scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of faith. You will be my shadow, Kibula. Her movements are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Damen Barnabas von Valencius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One, for so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. Okay, Emperor's Tarot. A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's Tarot can truly be a potent divination tool. Okay. Young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Who's the Vizier? He's the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for fivefold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Where's the temple located? I'm not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to the understanding death. Alright, I'll walk in the footsteps. Fuck it. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. Cultist retreats into the shadows as Kibla sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Dom and Barnabas. We will speak again when the time is right. Nice! Death Cult. Another chapter of bedtime stories for zealots. Yes, how you doing, Spoiled? Veritable city sailing through the void. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the... Okay, got it. God, yeah, everybody's looking pretty good. I want the Turbo Murder Nun. Absolutely. Oh, well, actually, I got everybody, I think, right? Yeah. That all looks good, actually. Yeah. I got the Blade Dancer. I can't remember what he does. She does magic shit. Turbo Murder Nun, more magic shit. Sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD 987-/A14, Lord Captain. I am Edic Frenzo, Captain of the Enforcers in the Lower Deck Bay LDA 14. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sourback know I was coming now? Master at Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We've been awaiting your arrival every day since then. Okay. Do you know how I'm to reach the temple? Sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Is there a problem? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just the grime or the crowds of brutish laborers. I suspect that the entrance to the temple of death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With the kind of riffraff that dwells there, you might even be attacked. Such ghastly creatures you describe, we are not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? I'm wondering, do we help him first? What do you guys think? Help him first or go try and find the Church of Death cult? What do you guys think? So like I was saying before, this is like... take all of New York City and put it in a ship. Basically. Or even... actually, no, you know what? Better yet, all of LA. All of Los Angeles, every borough, every ghetto, literally every single part of LA, Hollywood, Orange County, like everything, put it on a ship. There are places where, I mean, literally there are people who have lived in LA that have never been to fucking Inglewood, right? Same kind of deal. I mean, if we clean it up, that should help us, right? Sure? Question mark? Let me put it this way. It won't hinder us. It'll just delay us going to Church of Death Cult. You know better than me because it's your universe. Well, this is only my first run through of Rogue Trader, right? Okay, I'll use the LA example again, right? Let's say the mayor of the city of Los Angeles went to Englewood and listened to everybody in Englewood as to their problems and then did everything he could, or she, I don't know who the mayor is, but did everything that they could hands-on to actually go and fix the problems that Englewood and its people were facing. Obviously, that would not be a hindrance. Do the D-drill, we'll get there, we'll get where we need to eventually. Fair enough. This is the norm for us, yes. I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. For the Lord Captain himself has deigned to deal with your problems. Rest assured I will provide some crucial guidance once I'm done inspecting the bay. We'll go with this one. It's a little bit more humble. There we go. But he stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live. Right. Tell me about the situation. Hub LD987 /A14 connects. I think they actually call it Stroke A14. Connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption between bays. Okay. Who maintains the hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Yes, also there is another cult. It is the machine cult, but the machine cult is... It's the best way to put this. Okay. Let's say the world was united under one government. Right? But you took all of the world's leading experts in robotics and AI, and they created a religion that was based around machines. Problem is that this world government has already declared that religion, not so good. It's a bad idea, right? They tried it, didn't work. No bueno. But this religion is so vast, and they also look at whoever the world leader is as essentially the avatar of the creation of their religion. So it actually kind of works out really, really well for the head honcho, because he's basically just, or he or she, doesn't really matter who, but they are looked at as the person who allows the religion and the creation of it and everybody's belief structures to continue, versus just going, nah, you guys are fucking crazy, and just murdering everybody, or at least trying to. That's essentially the Mechanicus, or the machine cult. So the machine cult's okay. Also employed here are an enforcer squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a Medicaid officer, a fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him. Jesus. What's the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever crew are lost on a deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. The rabble causing you no problems, I hope? Surely you're joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food to weapons. We confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That's delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. Mutinous rabble? No. That's paranoid. No. I've learned enough. Always at your service. Okay. The cult has a presence in this compartment, does it not? That's correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties, he scowls. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. Do you not take issue with the Death Cultists killing people on your own territory? Fresno avoids looking at Keebler. I do, Lord Captain, but the cult is authorized to exist on the ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. Okay, what do you know about them? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. Frenzo scratches his head thinking. The Spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. Okay. Captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. Be steadfast in your duty. The Emperor protects. True. Okay.
Blood is my life.
Yeah, I know. I gotta...
Death is my duty.
I know. I gotta...
Whisper
Shush.
and be
I need to level you up. God damn it.
What torments you?
Nothing. There we go. Sometimes they specifically kill raccoons. No idea why. Yeah, that... Sounds about right. 7 ranks available. Click to view archetype details. Oh boy. It's the bandit masks. Characters can select general talents able to be mastered by any archetype. Anytime a Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. Using a non-damaging ability on any ally grants that ally the ability to re-roll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for round 1. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Using a non-damaging ability on an enemy grants them a 20% chance to fail a successful dodge or parry test against any character for 1 round. Ooh. How about Dance of Blood? That sounds fun. And Lance coming in for 7 months. Thank you so much, Lance. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, 7 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What are you? Need strength. Yeah, we'll go strength. That's good. This, ability costs 8 wounds to use Blade Dancer targets a single enemy vowing to dispatch their mark. The next attack against their selected... okay, so they're marking them. Blade Dancer's next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. Wow. These targets must pass a toughness resistance with a -20 penalty or become immobilized for 1 round. All enemies immobilized by captive audience count as full cover for the Blade Dancer and their allies when adjacent to those enemies. Really? It only costs 1 AP? That's not bad. What's going on, Spectre? How you doing, buddy? Weapon skill. Enemies attacked by the Blade Dancer have their weapon skill, ballistic skill, and perception reduced by 10 plus Blade Dancer's something bonus. Wisdom, I think. Until the start of the Blade Dancer's next turn, these penalties do not stack. Damn. Okay. Long day, but thankfully close to the holidays. How are you doing? I'm okay. I had a day off. I've been, like, trying to get shit done. And I've been stressing over a couple of things. And I've been in contact with a couple of people and still waiting on answers for some stuff and doing research and trying to get everything working and yada yada yada, and I needed a break today. So I took it and I slept most of the day and I'm feeling a lot better. Thank God. Well, Emperor be praised. Go with demolition. Sure. Sometimes you just need a break. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And you know what? I'm trying to take better care of myself. It's not always easy for me. You know, but I mean, Spoiled would kick my ass if she knew about it and I didn't take it. Sophia would kick my ass if she knew about it and I didn't take it. Aelin would probably do the same thing. You know, Lance saying it, Spectre saying it, Sober said it, Tia has said it, Itzy has said it. Like, one of those deals, you know what I mean? Better I'll come find you in Florida. Oh God. Been trying to sleep for longer and it's helped massively. It really has. It really, really has. So it's like I'm trying to take better care of myself. To the end of combat, Blade Dancer, including attacks made as part of Death Waltz, were due. Ooh, you know what? I like this one. Gives me 4 additional charges for Death from Above, which I really like. Been feeling under the weather for quite a long time until recently. As weird as it's going to sound, I kind of feel like everybody's been going through that, which sucks, but yeah. It's good to know I'm not alone. I just tie your shoelaces together, fair. I'm tiny, so I can mail myself as a package off your wish list. Oh God. And longer sleeps may, yeah. Triple knot. Oh God, not the triple knot. Yeah, we'll go with that. And we'll go with more strength. Sure, we'll go with Blood Oath. We need it anyway, right? Fuck it. Maximum wounds are increased by Blade Dancer's dodge divided by 10. Each attack made by the Blade Dancer increases the damage of all subsequent attacks they make this turn by 5%. The effect stacks up to 3 times. Area attacks, burst attacks, including the Blade Dance, and any other attacks that deal multiple hits are considered single attacks. Huh. Blade Dancer's melee area attacks cost -1 AP less, but no less than 1. You know what? I actually really like that. Complete. Nice. She is all set now. More manageable would be a better way to describe it. Yeah, that's fair. Aelin Spicy, she'll come with a warning label. What is it, warning this end up? I had to, I'm sorry.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty.
For the Emperor.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, I read about that. That is pretty bad, sadly. Servo Overseer makes a note of everyone who passes by its station every time. Nice.
The Emperor protects. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Cargo traffic stable, passenger traffic stable. I serve the dynasty. You're damn right you do. Or I will fucking massacre you. Why did I get a bonk? What did I do? Section 00102.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Being mean. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. A statute of Magos Ionius the Ninth, architect of freight, Hub LD 987-A14. All parts not included, volatile substance assembly required but not possible. Can't be, we scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void take me, the captain will have our heads. Since the welcome you give the rogue trader, Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. Ooh. Okay, so I need to explain something to you guys. In the Warhammer 40k universe, we've talked about chaos, we've talked about all the different aliens, like, them orcs, they need themselves a good crumpin', right? Talked about the Eldar, talked about the Dark Eldar, who fucked a god into existence. We've talked about Khorne, Blood for the Blood God. That's easy. We talked about Papa Nurgle, God of Pestilence and Death. Talked about Tzeentch, the God of Change. Talked about all that. Talked about the Space Marines. Talked about the Primarchs. Talked about the Emperor and the Imperial Guard and the Sisters of Silence and the Turbo Murder Nuns, the Adeptus Sororitas, and the Ecclesiarchy and the Administratum, and like yada yada. We've talked about all of it. But there's one thing that I have never really talked about. Rogue traders. If there is one job, like if you were ever to live in the 41st millennium, it's pretty bleak. Yes, the Adepta Sororitas is quite literally an army of turbo murder nuns that really like fire. But yeah, living in the 41st millennium in this universe is a very bleak existence. Your life, save for a very select few, doesn't really matter. But there are always two positions that you would want to be. You would not want to be an emperor. Being a space marine, cool as that sounds, comes with some complications, such as you're chemically castrated, so you can't have kids. Also, it kind of kills your sex drive and makes you really pissed off at the same time, so you fight a lot better. And everything you know and everything you do is based around killing and death. That's a space marine, essentially. You wouldn't want to be a turbo murder nun, mostly because you only have eyes for a dead, rotting corpse. That's canon, by the way. The turbo murder nuns are also known as brides of the Emperor and only get turned on by him, but he's a rotting corpse on a stand right now. And yeah, everything else genuinely sucks, except for two positions. One would be the governor of a planet. And the reason why is because so long as you pay your imperial tithe, you can do whatever the fuck you want. The Imperium doesn't care. You could literally... The entire planet could be a sex cult, and so long as the Emperor is at the head of said sex cult and you pay your imperial tithe every time it's due, they couldn't be bothered to give a shit. That's one. Two is being a rogue trader. And being a rogue trader is basically you're a person whose job is to go out and find more precious resources and rare and exciting new resources, as well as what's called an STC, which are old relics from way back when, for the Imperium. But that also gives you the do whatever the fuck I want and get away with it card. So where, let's say Space Marines go to war with the Eldar, as a rogue trader, because you have a do whatever the fuck I want and get away with it card, you can actually work alongside the Eldar if you need to, or if you want to. You can trade with the Eldar. You could trade with Dark Eldar. You could trade with the Space Dwarves if you really wanted to. Hell, if you're smart enough and could somehow figure it out, you could even sit there and start a dialogue with the Tyranids. You can do anything and everything you want. And so long as you achieve results eventually, they don't really care what you do. So Rogue Trader is literally one of the best things to be in the 40k universe. So like Star Wars, but during the Empire's rule. If the Empire was incredibly xenophobic and was just launching wars openly against every single alien race that was not human, and also anything and everything that you did, even if it was fart in an elevator, was a cause for being lashed about 200 times in front of the entire Empire and then drawn and quartered by robots, then yes. Oh, and then also, after you've been drawn and quartered, they take your head, decapitate you, and then turn you into Bob the Servo Skull, which is basically just a floating skull that goes around and records everything through one eye socket. Corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those, how did they even examine the mark?" You've seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks into their, like this, into their own skin. Okay. You can just say yes. Yes, but... Okay. The issue is it's so... like, everything is just so bad in Warhammer 40k. Everything sucks in Warhammer 40k. For instance, right? Let's say the Space Marines come down for a recruitment drive. Well, the Space Marines' ideas typically of a recruitment drive are they go down onto a planet, and said planet has a bunch of kids and babies, and they're like, we need your kids and babies. And the people on the planet don't like that. Well, then they get to kill all the people and take the kids and babies anyway. So then they have to forcibly give up their kids and babies, but then the babies have to mature, and those babies can go into growing vats to become mature faster and get older faster. But if for whatever reason those babies fail, and die, they just turn them into cherubim, which are basically just flying robot angel babies that record everything and hold people's capes. Hey all, I thought today was Sunday. Nope. Today is definitely Monday, Bleached. How you doing? Stings, everything's not awesome. It's true. Medicine, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I just went, oh shit, stream is actually on. Nice. Why is everything robots? Because of the Mechanicus. Because a human life in the Imperium is so worthless that the parts that your body is made out of are actually more valuable to be turned into cyborgs or be turned into servant husks than your actual life. Easier servitude and eternal suffering. It's not even necessarily eternal suffering. You basically, your consciousness, assuming you still have one, would basically be, let's say you die and you die honorably in the middle of battle or whatever, and then somebody rescues you and turns you into a servitor, which is basically just a giant android, right? You would die in the heat of battle, and then you'd just wake up, and your mind, the inside of your head would just be going, okay, this is new. What's going on? Meanwhile, your body is doing all the things that everybody else wants you to do. So you don't have free reign anymore. You can't make decisions for yourself. You just make decisions. They just make decisions for you, and you go and do thing. So you're basically kind of trapped in existence for all of eternity in a mindless husk. There are a couple of scenes in the background of this game where someone is talking about how their family was made in an insert thing here. Yeah. Yep. Because someone needs to think out plans. True. Elevator weight limit would be exceeded all the time. Oh, the elevators in this universe are like, I think the weight limits are like tens of thousands of pounds. Sounds like suffering. It's not really suffering unless they drive what are basically called nails into your head, and then your subconscious would be screaming in pain for eternity. Which does happen. And that actually happens to Space Marines. There are Space Marines that have nails driven into their head so that the only emotion that they can ever have is angy. That's it. And if they ever have any other emotion other than angy, the nails actually inflict like severe pain on them until they get angy again. And if it doesn't, then they just flat out kill them. What do you think about suffering? When you experience it all day, every day, do you tend to get used to it? It's true. Keebler carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Dom and Barnabas, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Most of them don't really think it's a thing when they actually think. Well, no, I mean subconscious, right? Like, your brain isn't actively going, I should totally go do this thing. You're doing it autonomously. They give you an order, and your body just goes and does things. Your subconscious is probably trapped in there somewhere going, well, this fucking sucks. I can't sleep. At least it's better than butt chips in Halo. That's true. Anything is better than the butt chips. Resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature acts in service of the Emperor. He takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo, a fatal dance, blade song and tempo, each edge an echo, twin odes to death throes, now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who know. So do we have both DLC, and are we playing... What are we playing as? We do have both DLC. We're continuing where we left off last time. I have both DLC enabled, though. Imagining in hell, guy comes in screaming that he's on fire. Other residents check out the lungs on this new guy. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. But yeah, we do have both DLC. I can't remember what we chose for our Rogue Trader, though. From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult's saints, Ariane, or the matriarch Spider, as they call her. In other words, it's an invitation. It's only too obvious that other cultists obsessed with mysticism would never use prose to mark the way to their temple. They're too fond of their obscure chants and cryptic verses. I'm invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain. Nice. Quoting the intricate symbol and the meaning of it. Okay, great. Put our Lucy together unmistakably form an arrow pointing in a certain direction. We are indeed following the footsteps of a saint. The God Emperor would be pleased if we saw this path through to the end. Through. What's a rogue trader? Do what I want and get away with it. I literally just described that. There's somebody who is...
Do we truly have to be here? I'm not even sure what is making me more nauseous. These horrid colors, or the smell.
The rogue traders are people who are sent out by the Imperium to gather resources or relics or STCs, which is technology that has been lost for thousands of millennia, and to bring it back to the Empire by any means necessary. So literally, it's a do what I want and get away with it card. That's exactly what it is. Now, let's say you're born into the family of a rogue trader. Chances are, in some way, shape, or form, when that rogue trader dies, you're either going to take up the mantle of rogue trader, because the paper that the God Emperor signed is good for an entire family lineage, or either other people entirely, if it falls into their hands, or you end up serving what the other member of your family that becomes the rogue trader decides to do. But either way, because you are in service to that rogue trader, you also have a do whatever the fuck I want and get away with it card. You want to fill your ship with Xenos? Hey, you do what you want as long as you can say it's for humans. Yes. Yeah. It's very hypocritical, but it's literally one of the best jobs in the Imperium. Because literally the only two people that can tell you that you're doing a thing wrong, and one of them only has a little bit of authority, is anyone from the Inquisition and the God Emperor. An Inquisitor can come and go, oh, well, you reek of heresy, and you have Xenos aboard your ship, and you have heretics that are following you, and this, that, and the other thing. And that's all well and fine. In most cases, an Inquisitor, though, would immediately kill somebody for doing that. But all you'd have to do is present your do whatever the fuck I want and get away with it card, and they go, oh, okay, that's fine. Carry on. So, literally, they're kind of like a... They're like a checkpoint. So the only one who can actually tell you you're doing it wrong is the God Emperor, but he's kind of busy being dead. Well, I mean, we're not entirely sure what happens to them other than they just kind of die. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section.
Know your duty.
They're burning the space weebles. Mercy, please save me. The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids. Do you know anything about the mark next to you? He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as it opens into scarlet cracks. A spinner came, he painted the symbol. Then he gave me water and whispered in a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come, and here you are, then I should... He begins to whisper, "To soot-smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress. A longing brought to rest of mortal bonds, the soul divest." Give him a band-aid, he'll be fine. Crux of the test is clear. In order to follow the saint's footsteps, you are supposed to kill the young man and thus release him from his suffering. The cultists want to see if you understand the philosophy of those you seek. I grant you a merciful death. No, mercy! Horror flashes in the man's eyes, but once he sees your calm expression, he lets go of the fear and bows his head in resignation. So be it, I can't take this pain anymore. I'd rather die. There is no curse more terrible than an existence between unlife and undeath. You have liberated a tormented soul, Dom and Barnabas. The undying one sees the good you have wrought. Nice! That's an enforcer. I cast full cure. That's people looking for jobs. I don't think I can go this way. No, I can't. Okay. So I gotta go through the doors, I'm assuming.
The duty prevails.
Nice. Which one is mine again? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what do I have? I got an arc rifle. Maglev impeller. Unsupported. Okay. That's a sword. No. Okay. There we go. Nope. There we go. The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his EO stick. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt? I seek the Bloodweb's temple. Do you know where they are hiding? Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. And what are you doing here? I'm here to patch up Savage Locomotive number 3 under the Tech Priest's supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad, his boiler catches fire, and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in, but that's alright, I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those Tech Priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about there's a mischievous spark in Heinrich's eyes? I introduce you. Can't turn down an offer like that. Fuck it. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. General term for... Oh, duh. Why am I reading what lumen is? It's literally light source. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. Platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet grows and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Listen to the rumbling noise. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of lumens on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. Oh, yeah, so, again, more lore that I have to explain to you guys. So you see these guys? These dudes with the incense? They are part of the Mechanicus, right? They're the machine cult guys. They're a little weird. True. But they're a little weird. And they're a little weird in the sense that they don't actually know how technology works most of the time. So, for instance, let's say there was a computer panel that needed to be repaired, right? They would not have the basics or the basic understanding of electric to be able to actually repair it. Instead, what they would do is they would light a bunch of fucking prayer candles, they would use incense burners, they would say a bunch of prayers, and so on. And because they basically treat the machines as an extension of God, if the prayers don't work, then it was that machine's time to die. If the prayers do work, then it's because the Omnissiah, aka the Emperor, willed the machine to keep going. So they don't actually really know what they're doing. They just know that, a good portion of the time, if they wave enough fucking incense and light enough prayer candles and say enough prayers, maybe eventually the situation will fix itself. Sounds like anyone with a clunker car. Yeah, but these guys don't maintain anything either, right? It's not... Like, here's the thing. Somebody with a clunker car, they'd be like, oh no, my exhaust fell off. Okay. And then they just keep going. Let's say these guys were driving a car and the exhaust fell off. They'd immediately stop the car, pull it over, and then have a funeral for the exhaust. Because it was a part of the car or a part of the machine that was given over to the Omnissiah by will of the machine, and it needs to be praised. The machine itself needs to be praised, and the exhaust that fell off needs to be mourned, but also celebrate the life that it gave for the machine itself. Like, yeah, that's them in a nutshell. What should I do? Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Heinrich's face is focused, but his voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like being hassled. Grasp. Grasp it firmly. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's also a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice. Pull the lever toward you smoothly but firmly, then pump the fuel with this command rune. Yeah, unruly and defiant, but submits to a strong hand, much like yourself. A roguish gleam appears in his eyes. You don't say. A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute given the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotor, grab those paired levers, and give them a firm tug. We reading smut? Yes. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing, or rather, you hear only one thing, the roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain. You have subdued a mighty beast today. Now I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he's feeling cranky. This was most intriguing, Heinrich. I am pleased. Heinrich lowers his eyes and grins. Could I have wished for anything more, your lordship? Have a good trip. Everything is going to be alright. Savage would never fry me, right, Savage? Primal Unloader is barely fit purpose at this point, but the Enforcers still see its complex maintenance as the lesser evil compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scroungers to do the job. Lord Captain gets hit by a train. I was kind of wondering how that was going to go, if I'm being honest. I should probably save. Yeah, I should probably save. It'll be fine. Oh, I can go... Oh, okay, I see. Ooh.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Okay. Got the thing. Aha. Blood cult. Goods. Wait, what is this? Crystal cores. I don't really have much of anything I need. Ooh, wait a minute. Nope. Nope. Yeah, no, I'm good with what I got.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
A sinewy middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns toward the tracks. He leans forward. Observe silently. The man freezes a step away from oblivion, listens, then recoils and goes still once more. What do you think you're doing? What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. Look at the scars. They all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as the series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look long since healed. Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it? The symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. He smiles strangely. The man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Kibala. His voice quivers. You have come to take me to the other side? She briefly studies the man's face and turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. He lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again, but then why is it here? You know the symbols of the web. You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited an hour to 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. So they simply let you go. They made no attempts to find and kill you? There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, Sabride has gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. Ordered to die for what reason? Ah, here we go. Inner thoughts as Snake? Oh, God. The man looks at you. But some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earn penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance on renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what is due in essence. He stops and adds hoarsely. The third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood, the Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. Another verse, another step along the trail of blood. The riddle is trivial. It is time for death to take what is due. And the Vizier is waiting expectantly for you to carry out the sentence he passed years ago. There are plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenets. I realized it, but I couldn't help it because I enjoyed it. Yeah, but I also gotta keep my voice intact because of shit that's gonna be going on for, like, from the 26th to the 31st. Because I'm gonna be fucking up my voice box a lot in those 5 days. Oh, you poor thing, I think I'm gonna cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. That must have been so hard for you. Even my whispers have nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy self-absorbed sack of scum. You do not sound particularly remorseful. I've spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No, I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. You are a coward and a butcher of the innocent. I will purge my ship of your existence. Man does nothing to stop you, even leans closer to the rails, accepting his fate with a smile on his face. The Undying One is death. That's what they want me to do. They want me to kill him. Oh! Oh, shit! Keebler stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. Right. Well, I mean... train does work. Hey, it's the Imperium, man. You know, you gotta... you do what you gotta do, right? How the hell do I get over there? I don't know if I can. I think I have to, though. I just don't know how.
Let us walk this path to the end. I need to look closer.
Oh, here we go. It's the Rogue Trader. How many times do I need to tell you, ungrateful maggots, mistakes must be paid for? Oh boy. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg you. Should name that quest Training Day, oh god. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Your gracious lordship, hand of the God Emperor, save your unworthy servant. BRB sounds good. Get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I'll clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger in their faces is plain to see. I intend to hear this man out. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? I am lay stretching. Alright, well, I guess I might as well do this. Fuck it. Your lordship, I worked hard, never even taken breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining! You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift, because you did the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in. It was an act. The worker stops himself, cowers, and whimpers. They got the heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. Thanks for beating me, sir, right? Well, I mean, to be fair, the guy did kill his 3 buddies. You might understand the enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts. We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. The enforcer mutters gloomily. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards, to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your lordship, and then grow fat using them for themselves. The worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. He seems unable to believe his stroke of luck. Yeah, address the enforcer. Return your cards and do not dare abuse your position again. The onlooking workers bellow triumphantly and point at the enforcers, praising the Lord Captain. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you were speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you are watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. May the God Emperor protect you and all of House von Valencius, Lord Captain. That's the man right there. Gotta follow the blood cult sign. Because what could go wrong?
My path to glory.
Do I... Oh, okay. Kids have been waiting for you. How was your shift? As these two are killing each other over here. Worked hard. I helped out a friend who gave the loading and gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Well, thank you. I've already made your bed for you, so once we've eaten, you go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. It was a wild of a ship, or wild as fuck ship. Oh no, this is like this on every ship this size. Why'd the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? Can I go now, or... Oh, okay. It's the old man into matchmaking, oh god. I don't think there's anything over here.
By the blood of martyrs.
Nice.
Matters more.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do. We got anything good? Omniprocessor. Ah, fuck it. There we go.
Know your duty. This is out of the ordinary.
Trophies packed as cargo. Nice, nice, nice. Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge along with other unidentifiable ingredients. Nice. Nothing here. I'm looking for a blood cult symbol, and I'm still not finding it. Uh-oh. It autosaved. That can't be good. Ah, there it is. Nice. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow and seem to stretch into the direction... Okay. No. There we go. Consequence of terrible crash on monorail LD987. What does it say? Half a century ago, who are still affecting the efficiency of this stretch. Okay. Oh. There we go. Oh, those are running above me. I almost shit my pants.
What's that?
What's what? Disarm. Welcome back, medicine. Even I was like, what the fuck? Why? Yeah. I was like, why are the trains running over me? I didn't do it. This is where the sick and the something... Okay, decaying bodies creeps in your throat. Are herded to die of their various diseases. Don't touch anything.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
You're my density. Stop being so bloody difficult. What's that thing the death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you? No, please, what did I do? Oh, okay. Talk about being everywhere at once. How we take his stuff. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We'll go eat soup tonight. I do like soup. Specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts. What you want? For what crime did you kill this man? Grinning, the leader spits out, for the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We trade them for porridge. I'm the Lord Captain of this ship. On your knees. The outcasts look at one another, burst into hoarse, gurgling cackles. The Lord Captain is in our shithole. And I'm Saint Drusus. He is my regalia. The man exposes an armpit riddled with boils. Oh. Cassia lets out a faint sigh, hastily covering her face with her hands. Gracious Emperor, why are we talking to these horrible people? Abelard attentively holds out a snow-white handkerchief to her. I fear, Lady Cassia, that these and many other questions will be left unanswered. Argenta towers over the freak, looking immaculate and unaffected. Even meeting wretched heretics such as this brings me joy. Wiping out even a drop of corruption is still a worthy deed. You detect a note of hysteria in the vagrant's laughter. The fingers of many are convulsively trembling, and there is something in the fearless way they look at you, an indifference to death, too strange and unnatural. So they kick him into a slow-moving fan. You die from embarrassment more than you die from the blades. Yes. But chances are that vent goes like 30 stories down. So even if he didn't die to the fan blades, he'd still liquefy. What are you? Mutants? Invalids? Mold eaters, outcasts, folk who have no place among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat, and the enforcers tried to shoot us on sight, as if it's our fault that we were born in a terrible place. We are worms in the rotten belly of this ship, fodder for disease. The outcast licks his lips, and you see a tongue studded with small, underdeveloped teeth. This is no disease, but an obvious mutation. The longer you stare at the man, the more deviations from human form you detect. Wretches such as this, disfigured by genetic abnormalities and disease, are perfect breeding ground for true corruption. Corruption is heresy. You are sentenced to death for committing murder on my ship. Mutant bears the black stumps that are his teeth. We'll gut you and trade what you have on you for a boil of scran. Hey, outcasts. Come on up if you want to share in the spoils.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. Your Emperor won't save you.
Put him here. Where's my blade dancer? Oh, that's her. Okay, what do I got?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
True.
I'm not the enemy.
What was this one again? Oh, dash. Okay. I want that.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yes. It is time.
I would that I could. Trust me. I am your blade and shield.
You better be.
As the tenets demand.
Nice. Captive audience. Yeah. Go with that.
I shall not fail.
Are you a traitor or a fool?
Oops. Sorry. I didn't. Oops.
Chaos guides me. I've this. I serve the ruinous powers. Death to non-believers.
How dare you!
I'm so sorry. It's not what I wanted. The stair. Oh yeah. That's the one right there.
As duty demands.
Jibba, how you doing?
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done.
Nice.
This goes against the tenets.
Okay, Cassia. You can't move. Fuck. You, on the other hand, can move.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Nice, good parry. Get her out of there. And Gina coming in with a raid. The thing of getting this game is the co-op any good? Honestly, Jin Rummy, I haven't done any of the co-op, so I couldn't tell you. How you doing, Gina? Could we get a shout out for Gina? I'd greatly appreciate it.
Was that you? Or...
Will do.
There we go. Help out Abelard.
Death to the weak. Chaos guides me. Ah!
Oh.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
True. Okay, it's my turn, huh?
I will not.
Nice.
The Emperor commands.
Warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains 3 MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn.
No matter the cost.
Nice.
I will do my duty. Victory is imminent.
No. Close that. There we go.
Indeed.
Good. Give him endure. Back him off. Nice.
It will be done.
Okay. He's good. Back to our Turbo Murder Nun. Because we love her.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
As honor ordains.
Nope.
Why? Why me?
Let your soul be purged.
Nice.
I cannot serve you in this way.
Out of my way. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
What's going on, Corgi?
Guides me.
Such is the will of chaos.
That's fine.
Me? Another foe painted black.
Nice.
That is foolishness.
Oh, only used on allies?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
What's this one again? Oh, expose weakness. Okay. Nice. Fixing to go do the sleep thing? Yeah. This fight is great. Oh, yeah. It really is.
Cover me!
It's okay.
Stop it! Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Nice. There. Nice.
Aim for the heart next time.
Wow, dude, really?
Actions will speak louder than words. And so it shall be done.
Also, Jin Rummy, thank you so much for the follow. Expose weakness, analyze now. We're good there. Ooh. There we go.
I will do my duty.
Nice.
That's not the Seneschal's job. I'd rather not.
Well, thanks, Dick.
At your beck and call.
I don't like running gun.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'll do it.
Death comes in silence. Trust me.
Nice.
As honor or death is a
Nice.
blessing.
Dead. Perfect. And then...
None.
Target's too far. Okay. Not enough movement. Not enough movement. Fair enough.
Protect your daughter.
Good dodge. Okay, Cassia.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Oh. I keep hitting control.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Nice.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Nice.
Will do.
Nice. Watch you play more of this game, man. It looks good. It's really fun. I'm coming back to it after a long hiatus. Oh, my Blade Dancer. No.
Chaos guides me.
Chaos guides him, huh? Well, we can't have that now, can we? That's just mean.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
Wait, what is that? Oh, analyze, expose weakness, intimidation. There we go.
I will not be deterred. I cannot comply.
Okay.
I can't allow myself to do this.
Right. Good. Target. Kill him.
I took care of this one.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Move her over here. Good.
Don't you need a breathing navigator?
Okay, Cassie. Oh, shit.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Yeah, get her out of there.
If I may.
That's fine.
Be gone, fallen. Leave her to rot.
That's fine. We'll pick her up later.
It will be done.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Cassia.
Serve the ruinous power.
Oh, girl.
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Got him. Nice. Yay! And everybody's okay. Zort true. Tacos guide me and boobs. A really nice booty. There you go. The implied violence inherent in the system guides me, if you know what I mean. Hell yeah. I have looted all the things. Excuse me. Okay, go here. Save. Yes. Nice. Still looking for that blood cult thing. So, Sophia, how you doing? How are the things?
Let us walk this path to the end.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Disarm.
Nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor favors me today.
Honestly, rested.
Duty prevails.
Definitely rested.
Never doubt me.
Accomplished. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Ah, here we go. Zidane the Outcast. A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into a hoarse laughter. As you come closer, Sophia coming in with 500 bits. Thank you so much, Sophia. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zidane to the other side? No. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light. It's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? There's a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this another part of the song of Trailing Blood? Zidane bursts into hysterical laughter. Oh yes, the song. Here, listen. The woman starts chanting hurriedly. She wandered an eternity in the dark, yet was consoled. Web foretold, undying one's blood secrets glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed. It's now a goblin, oh god. Final test. This time they want you to make a sacrifice. If one were to interpret this entire mystical search as a repetition of the saint's journey, then the logical conclusion is that you are supposed to sacrifice yourself to merge with the blood that has drenched the flagship from bow to stern. And you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness. Look. It's about as good as I can do. Who are you? Old Zidania. Zidania the outcast. Zidania the mad. Zidania the disaster. Zidania the curse. Zidania the spurn. Woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. Ghost of the past. A ghost of the present. Only the undying one knows. He alone. Why are you wearing chains and masks? You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you? Are these gifts they are? The chains clink to announce Zidana's approach, for others to hear. She slides her diseased, darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zidana, afraid of losing face. Peer into the darkness. You peer into the darkness, are gradually able to make out outlines of objects hidden in the shadows, rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zidana shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags, strips her decaying flesh peel off along with them. You will not see until you become like Zidana, the flesh and the blood of this ship. How to become the flagship's blood? Oh, Zidana will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come now.
The divine watches over us.
Oh, I gotta push Zidana into the fan, or is Zidana gonna jump? He's just gonna jump. Okay. The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations or blind luck. While listening to the air currents for a moment, you think you hear Zidana's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. I can't save. Fuck. We're going the devout way. I put my life in thy hands, for I believe truly that thou will protect. The words come easily and all of your doubt fades away. Somehow you know with certainty that your life will not end here. Jump. Yeah, but you have to go for the roleplay. You have to pray for it. Oh. Well. That. Okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Death cultist. The Undying One is death, the Undying One is duty. Well, that's true.
I rise above hardships.
Right. Large holes in the compartment's ceiling. The spinners have dismantled the bulkheads to expand their temple ever higher. Nice. Take all of those.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Another death cultist. Go this way, maybe? I have no idea. Ah, yes, ladder. There we go, that'll work. I think I'm supposed to be going down, though, and I don't know how to do that. There's only candles. It's true. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Go down. Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch ever higher. Not unlike a web, the temple is growing.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Well, I mean, this would be considered the end, would it not? It's still a long way down, though. Like 3-4 stories, easy. Trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go is difficult.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
How do I get back up? Okay, it seems I cannot get back up. Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just trying to figure out how. Big significant plot event happened in front of the giant statue. Well, yes, but I still have to figure out how to get down there. That's kind of the thing. Yeah, Undying One is death, it's duty, we know. Temple is growing as if it were a living organism. Yeah.
Know your duty.
Ah, there we go. Finally. I didn't see that pop up the first time. Oh, good.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
Oh, yeah. Can I save? Yes. Saving's probably good. They're training. Parts of the cultist service to the Undying One involves turning the corpses of the departed into sacred altars for their blood-anointed stuff.
I have proven myself yet again.
Third spinner, maybe? Death cultist bows his head reverently. That's a lot of blood. Where is all that blood coming from? There's so much blood. It just stinks of pennies. Oh. Well, would you look? Wait. The hell is she doing here? There's the Vizier. A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture, his body covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. The Lord of the Ark walked the paths of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner, and the servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life. Old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods toward the temple's muffled silence. Yes, yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenets demand. Your hues are almost as pale as the gray of your beard, but what is this? Cassia flinches and takes a shuddering breath. A scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. Servant of the Death who sees beyond the threshold, a spider who spins a cocoon at the end of this thread. She shakes her head and clutches her temples. Sorry about that, it just came over me. I didn't say anything too weird, did I? You always do. Thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands, although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend. In the next instant, the dynasty symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade, and several drops land on your face. Blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited. Whispers echo his words from the shadows. So you just walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take that jump? That's awesome. I've walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now? The song of trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown. A search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. In assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. Path I have walked has helped me understand myself better. While the tenets teach us that the lesson learned is in itself supreme reward for one who is open to self-discovery. The Vizier's sewn-shut eyes peer into your face, studying it, then he turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother. The time has almost come. Who is it you talk to all the time? Vizier turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us, and those who were with us, but have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners they hear not, for that burden is mine to bear. Find out it's just cranberry juice, oh god. I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is that another of the cult's rituals? I was sighted for much of my life until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with a geese of true sight. Now I see more and better. This entire conversation is another test, I imagine. A smile graces the Vizier's bluish lips. Tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domin Barnabas? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the Vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air, seeing these things you had not noticed before. The shadows in the corners taking on shape and color. The subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lean, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. What's the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breath has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. One moment the walls of the sanctum grow infinitely wide, the next they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet, and the Undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. What happens now? That is for you to tell me. You look at the Vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him, but the visions are starting to wear off, and the very old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. I can't zoom out, and I can only zoom in, which, okay, but... Nope. Okay. Now you are going to initiate me as a servant of death. Well, actually, hang on. What do you guys think? Bleached? I know you are also one who is knowledgeable in the ways. What do you think? Also, that is so much blood. Like, that's so much fucking blood. It's tomato juice. Oh, God. Ooh, wait a minute. Specifically marinara. Oh, God. Is it sad that I want a Bloody Mary now? Option 3 will obviously turn it into combat. Yes. Yes, it will. I don't want to lose her, because she's actually really, really good. Sure. Number 2. Fuck it. A servant of death. Hiss the echoing whispers from the temple, and the vizier bows his head reverently. You have become the blood of the flagship. Now you will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for a spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenets allow it, but only for a domin who has followed the trailing blood until the end. This is 40k, so that's not gonna happen, right? Oh, God. Yeah, sure, just right in the blood waterfall. Why not? On the ritual platform at the Undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands onto your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Ew. Bowed before his image, the vizier assumes the ceremonial postures with incredible ease, his withered body moving swiftly and soundlessly. You are slowly plunged into darkness to the sound of ritual chants and swooshing blades. Amid the noise of splashing blood and the cultists' whispers, you hear the words, "Death has spoken your name, Domin Barnabas. Death accepts you." Offer a prayer to the Undying Emperor. Each word consecrated to him echoes in your temples and chest. Your veins become hot and your blood turns to liquid flame. You have no fear in you. A whisper seems to come from above. From the Emperor's lips of stone, "I see you." Could the lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? Probably. The vizier's voice grows suddenly thunderous and snaps you out of your reflections. "Death has accepted you, Domin Barnabas. Now, for all of time, you are the Blood Warden of the Undying One's most venerable servant." Felt as if the God Emperor was watching me. Too many, he comes during their time of service, in images of blood and whispers from the shadows. But remember that those are mere visions. For true death will not come for you until your time, and it will take your soul gently in its bony hands. So the ritual's complete? The ritual is complete, but you are not. The vizier gestures for one of the cultists who is carefully holding a strange garment to come closer. Oh no. For years, we have maintained fealty to the Domini. The Domini, sorry. We have collected sacred symbols and relics, You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace this sanctum, and the first of them all to be initiated so. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exaltation, and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. Bone clothes, oh god. The cultist whisper prayers to the Undying One as they help you change your clothes and regain your faculties. Awesome. Symbol of the countless deaths offered up in his name. Yeah, well, I think that's more than a symbol. I think that's quite literally countless deaths.
My faith is my shield.
I'm just putting it out there. Wait, where did what's-her-name go? Oh, fuck, did I lose her? Ordinary Tuesday night on any Blood Angels battle barge. True.
The Divine watches over us.
The shrouded faith of the blood-spun web. It is both frightening and awe-inspiring.
As is the fact that they have managed to claim a whole compartment to themselves, and the officers somehow failed to notice. I shall conduct an inspection.
A spinner's face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Domin. Show me the way. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the bridge. It's been a minute, and we need to go to planets and shit. There's shit to do. Lord Captain Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Get your blood navigator, set a course for the blood system, next target, planet blood. Oh, God. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the Dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we've heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the Dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykod system's astropathic station. Well, that's not good. That's over here. I don't think we've been properly introduced. Indeed not, we meet under lamentable circumstances. My name is Zachary Weiss, and I am proud to be the choir master of your ship's astropathic choir. The duty I perform is to keep you in contact with the Expanse via astropathic messages sent through the warp by trained psychers. Okay, so, little bit more lore that needs to be dumped on people. For those who are not aware of stuff in Warhammer, astropaths are quite literally navigators, but they are also psychic radios. What's Warhammer, right? So, for instance, you have astronavigators who are basically, it's like a psychic GPS, and that's exactly as they're treated. And then you have astropaths, who are your psychic radio. So there are two things that happen. You've got the warp, which is also known as the immaterium. So think of it, and I actually heard this. Well, actually, I heard this today, and it actually rings very, very well. It rings very true. Who here has played Minecraft? Crickets, basically, yeah. So long story short, you got, in Minecraft, you got the world that you're typically in, and then you have the nether realm, or the nether world, right? Now, if you make a portal to the nether world, and you go into the nether world, the nether, I think they actually just call it, and then you take 10 steps, and then you make another portal that leads you back up to the regular world, you could be 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 steps from where that first portal was. But you've only taken 10 steps. That's how the warp works. Right? So you go into the warp to travel for a short distance, to come out of the warp to have gone a much farther distance. Problem is that the warp is also home. Good analogy, but the nether is also made from your emotions, and it's filled with all the enemies of doom because you have bad emotions. It still works, though, because hang on. The warp is filled with the gods of chaos who feed off of all your nightmares and your feelings and emotions and all those things that you think you should do, but probably should, but in reality probably shouldn't, and all of your desires and all of your fears and second guesses and everything else. So while you're traveling through the warp, you have to have basically what's called a Geller field on, which is basically just shields that stop all these chaos gods from being able to interact with your mind or even physically invade a ship. So that's the premise of the warp. But there's a wee bit of a problem. The Emperor has what's called the Astronomicon. And the Astronomicon is like a beacon that everybody in the Imperium can see, so that they have their bearings of where they are in the galaxy relative to Holy Terra. Okay? Unfortunately, you also have warp storms in the Immaterium, which can cloud this giant Astronomicon psychic beacon that the astronavigators can see, and it can also block the psychic radio that the astropaths tune into. Otherwise, we can't go fast without space condoms, or else we catch crazy because of my inner demons. No, it's not that you catch crazy because of your inner demons. It's that what they will do is they will take your inner demons and they will harness those until you're in the fetal position crying, and then invade the ship and turn you into a lamp. That's assuming they don't rip your anus out first and use it as a condom to fuck you. I'm not even kidding. Basically, the species subconscious is so massive it turns the immaterium into the warp, which is full of actual demons made out of your psychic backwash. Yes, and to complicate further even more, humanity, the Eldar, the Orcs, the Dark Eldar, the Space Dwarves, I can never remember what they're called, because they're so insignificant now it doesn't even matter anymore. Basically any and every alien, save for a couple of specific examples, have souls. So if you die, your soul goes into the immaterium, aka the warp. And the chaos gods, such as Khorne the Blood God, Tzeentch the All-Knowing, Nurgle, or Papa Nurgle, as some people like to call him, the god of death and pestilence, and the god of excess, Slaanesh, they are all trying to devour the souls of those who have died. Now, sometimes people can be resurrected. Other times, actually, I should say most of the time, they aren't. So, even if you live to be 1,000 years old, and you eventually die, your soul is going to be in the warp where you will be trapped by the Chaos Gods so that they can devour your soul and become stronger. Yeah, I wanted to call them squats, but I was like, no, that's not what they're called anymore. Yeah, the Votan, yes. Their souls are very dim. They worship their version of Grok. Yes. Yeah, I was like, they're not squats anymore. I know this for a fact. Yeah, and that's a whole other story, because squats used to be considered abhuman, but now there's this whole, like, retconned thing where it was ages and ages and ages ago. They may have been considered abhuman, but they're so far removed now that they're their own thing and they're considered Xenos and so on. If the Emperor or one of the Four is specifically looking out for them, usually once you die, your soul gets burned or devoured or torn apart instantly from an observer's point of view, but for you, the torture lasts basically for an eternity. Yes. Yeah. It's like being at the inner part of the accretion disk in the event horizon of a black hole. It just turns into infinity. What's the nature of the scream? We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. That's another thing I have to explain. They look at the warp as basically like a space ocean, like a very chaotic space ocean when it comes to talking about navigation or radio communication or like the psychic beacon, the Astronomicons, or, you know, navigate anything like that. The Imperium looks at it as like a space ocean, basically, because it actually does have currents and whatnot. Now, however, it's become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Empyrean and fills me with terror. Okay. If the scream stops, will we be able to contact someone? I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we will manage to send a call for aid to the Von Valencius worlds or one of the dynasty's allies. We're going to pay a visit to that station. Thank you, your lordship. Nice. All right. Astropathic station, go. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its vox frequencies. Its lights are out, even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Shoot the station. God. Station is not responding. Perhaps there is no one left who could respond. Deploy a scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded within the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Jesus. Yeah, 100%. Send him. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choirmaster's amulet taken from his frozen body after his death. Fuck this shit. Yeah. Fuck this ship. We're leaving. Yeah, that's the other thing about the warp. Since it's not the material universe, it doesn't follow material laws like time or causality. Well, and that's actually the other big thing, too. So, time really doesn't have much meaning whatsoever. So, let's say you want to go from point A to point B, right? Actually, perfect time for a wee bit of a break. And I can show you what I mean. And we will use the handy-dandy streamer secret weapon that everybody knows and loves, paint. So let's say you are here on planet A, right? You want to get all the way over here to planet B. All right. Sounds pretty good, right? But in between, you have, unfortunately, the warp that you have to travel through, right? You just do. Because these might be hundreds of thousands of light years apart from one another. So the only thing you can do is use the warp, because if you go all the way around, literally, like, if you just decided, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna do it this way, it could literally take you tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years, to make it all the way over here. So, yet again, fuck it, we're going straight through, right? That's how they want it. Easy peasy. But there's a problem. As Jibba said, time doesn't have much meaning in the warp. What does that mean? Well, unfortunately, it means quite a bit. So you want to get to planet B, right? You could go to planet B, but what happens if you show up at planet B, and when you get to planet B, you're 10,000 years in the past? You could be 12 days after you're supposed to get there. You could be plus 1 million years after you're supposed to be there. Now, for you, it might have only been 2 days in the warp. But by the time you get to this planet, there is likely the chance that either A, you're there before anything happens, B, you're there before there's any life on the planet, C, you're there long after life was wiped out on the planet. The astronavigators try to navigate the warp as best they can to get you as close to the planet in the time frame as to which you're supposed to be there. But when there's warp storms, everything kind of gets a little cloudy. And then who knows when you're going to end up there. And a Gellerfield and strong navigator are no guarantee of the safety either. Fully capable ships get lost all the time. Yes, because of warp storms. Think of warp storms as giant fuck-off hurricanes. That's the best way to describe them. Think of a hurricane the size of a planet, if not bigger, right? Think of a warp storm the size of think of a hurricane the size of Jupiter. Like Jupiter's diameter, right? And you can't go above or below it necessarily because you could spend just as long trying to go over or under it as it would take to go through normal space to get there in the first place. So a lot of ships get lost in the warp, even if they are at full capacity, they have full fuel, their Gellerfield holds stable, they don't come into contact with any chaos, they have a full complement of Space Marines, they have everybody at their peak efficiency, and everything is going right. The ship could still be lost. But nobody knows where those ships actually go. So it very well could be some of those ships end up way before the events of, hell, even the 31st millennium, before the Horus Heresy. They could end up in the year 1,042,000. No one knows. For all anybody knows, they may just be dissolved entirely in the warp. There's just no way to tell. So traveling in the warp, kind of dangerous. And by kinda, I mean really dangerous. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was making a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into Psyker's minds, evoking everywhere the same image, a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choir master has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too. Damn. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomican's light. That sounds like chaos to me. Burn everything. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. Only one Only one can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home. Damn. This is about the Cicatrix Maledictum? Could be? It could be. I'm trying to remember where the hell I have to go. I don't think I've dealt with the Thunderfang yet. That warp storm literally split the galaxy in half and went all the way to Terra, causing a second battle of Terra. That was wild. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Ooh, Flamer. Yes, please. Well, I want the Flamer, but I want it for, what's her name? Yes. Melt a charge. Yeah, we'll take that. That's fine. Really? Huh. Fuck it. How do I... Nice. Okay. That's accessories. I want to keep those for now. Holy fuck. Not valuable enough for a mighty rogue trader. That's fine. More miscellaneous. Nice. Fuel. Oh, more miscellaneous. Nice. We're up to 1150 out of 1500, huh? Ooh, I need one more, huh? Fuck. Yeah, we'll do some ranged. There we go. A soul pattern chainsword. That sounds fun. Also the power maul. That sounds good. Auto gun, nah. Medkits though. Absolutely. Warworld Origin fencing body glove. I'm sure I could use that somehow. Where's ranged attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains +5 bonus to crit hit chance for the next... Yeah. Grab those too. Nice. So let me check something here really quick. Hang on. God damn it. Okay. So, chapter 1, we did that. Ugh. I think. I don't know. What chapter are we on? Oh, no, no, okay, I see. Next. Did that, did that. There's so much to do in this. It's insane. Did all that. Did all that. Did all... Wait, wait, wait. What are you? Have to go to dailies, have fun. Sounds good, Jibba. Have yourself a good one, buddy. Ooh. God, this game, I forgot how complicated this game was. That's not what I wanted to do. Oops. Prison planetoid. Scan is required. Okay. Begin scan. Unidentified void ship. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet, a void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit, is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of this unholy vessel. It belonged to the Xenos race called Drukhari. Oh, shit. Okay, for those who don't understand what the Drukhari are, they are dark elves, but they are some of the most vicious aliens in the entire universe of Warhammer 40k. They want to capture you alive so that they can torture you, and then once they torture you, after seemingly an eternity, then they will turn your body into a bed or a couch or something along those lines while you are still alive, so that you can be in constant agony while they do unspeakable and depraved things on you while you are furniture. And when they are finally done with you, they will cut you up into little pieces and only keep the part that keeps your soul around, so that your soul is in agony for seemingly an eternity. And then basically just fuck whatever parts are still there. And I don't mean fuck as in, oh, fuck it and throw away. I mean they will literally fuck it. Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos were doing in the Rykod system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the Rogue Trader orders to send more people to the planet. Anxious, Adira tells the Lord Captain that voices in her head are screaming, repeating words, Harbinger, darkness, and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, the Rogue Trader decides to recall people from the vessel. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead one. This is true. A true servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. The Rogue Trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable findings. And being the God Emperor's chosen, the Rogue Trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Coronis expanse. Thought about them as a couch or a sex swing. That's exactly what they do, though. But they do it for a very good reason. So I always joke about how the Drukhari or the Dark Elves fucked a god into existence. That would be Slaanesh. Well, here's the thing. The Drukhari hate Slaanesh. They absolutely do. And the reason they hate Slaanesh is because Slaanesh has a very, very, very close bond with the Drukhari, to to the point where imagine if your soul was a sweater. Okay? And Slanesh is like a cat. And she's just, or he, it's technically they, but they're just constantly picking at this thread, right? Just one thread on the sweater and slowly pulling it out. Well, if that's your soul, that means that your soul is being pulled from your body. So what they do is they make sure to do the most depraved and heinous things to anybody and everybody that they catch. Specifically, so that Slanesh notices all of the emotion and all the pleasure and all the pain that both the Drukhari are getting, as well as the victims of the Drukhari are getting, and feeds off of that instead of the Drukhari's souls. They don't like Slanesh, but they know how to keep Slanesh at bay. Only good Xenos is a dead one. I like that one. The landing party shuttle exits the atmosphere of Rykard Majoris. The Rogue Trader's flagship fires a salvo at the ravine and the void ship perched atop it. Rocks engulfed in the scarlet blazes of the explosion look like a bloodstain sprawling out on the gray, lifeless face of the planet. The holy flame, blessed by the Emperor himself, has melted away the abominable void ship once and for all. Nice. What's going on with Urak 5? Nothing. I think I gotta go here. Okay. I'm assuming it's these two that have to go. There. Okay. Let's get people ranked up here. 25% cover efficiency if in cover, 15 perception, 15 ballistic skill. Last to the operative moves does not stack. Precise attack. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency and block will be reduced by minus 15 plus 4 divided by 3 times stacks of exploit percentage. Jesus. Go perfect spot. I like that. Heading out, not getting any modding done. Have a good one. Lance, have yourself a good night. Thanks for hanging out, bro. Appreciate you. Imperial World characters gain plus 10% crit hit chance and 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. Their allies gain half the bonuses of No Heresy. However, Imperial World characters' lore, Xenos and lore warp, are always 0. Sure, why not? Okay, go over to you, click to upgrade. Perfect spot is good for her. Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power amplified by this psyker gain an additional plus 7% armor penetration. When the psyker uses a divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect, that ally gains unnatural luck. Lance, thank you for the bits, buddy. Becomes a normal hit instead, and the unnatural luck effect is removed. Oh god, he found more bits. Every time the psyker deals mental damage from a... Oh, Jesus, he's just going nuts with the bits. Pain channeling. When the psyker kills an enemy with a psychic power dealing more damage than the target's wounds, the excess damage will be dealt to the enemy closest to the target. Sure. Dear God. He found the buttons. You need a bit hot bar. Oh God. Sure, we'll go with that. Yes. Here. All melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to 2 multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when this ability is used. God. Have a good one, Lance. There. Okay. We'll do that. Go over to here. Perfect spot. Pinnacle of weaponry. That's fine. Over to here. Sure, weapon skill, why not? Okay. We're good there. Now, I go to inventory. Here. I want her to burn people. That's what I want her to do. Yes. See, there's a sister of battle for you. Educated Lance on how to send bits properly. Oh boy. We don't have a good, like, Yeah, we need to... Let's get her stacked out with flamer weaponry. Hell yeah. She needs it. She's a sister of battle. Fuck yeah. What does she have? No, that's her med kit armor. Here we go. Deathworld Origin light flak armor. Well, light flak armor doesn't do you much of anything. Dodge penalty. Will dodge 60% of ad. Okay. The armor reduces the incoming damage of the average enemy attacks in this chapter by 20%. 10% dodge if the wearer is not in cover. Plus 3 wounds. Nice. Oh, yes. I always liked this guy. Completely forgot about him. Okay. Go over to her. I think I want to give her the... well, let's see. 8 to 12 damage, 20% armor pen. 7 to 10, but 30% armor. Ah, yeah, we'll give her the chainsword. Nice. Who doesn't love a good chainsword? You know what I mean? And then this we can put down here. Actually, no, you know what? A serrated mono knife? Nice. Now she's dual wielding? Fuck yeah. Ooh, wait a minute, I wonder. Okay. So I can put this down here, and then... The Silent Verdict. Two-handed melee weapon. I'll use that on him. He's got an arc rifle. Boom, Silent Verdict. Is this one hand? No, that's two-handed. That's one-handed. Ooh. Oh, no, I can't do it that way. Fuck. Okay. Worth a shot, but I'll give it to that. I'll give that to him. Armor.
This is beyond me.
Okay, dude. Bro, chill. Holy fuck, man. You don't have to yell. We're right here. Dodge penalty. Heavy leather.
I cannot comply.
Okay, bro. Holy shit, dude. What about the stalker gloves? Can I put those on him? Yes. Okay, good. No, those are gloves of endurance. I want the stalker gloves. Nice. And then we'll go over to her. Looks like she can wear the full stuff. So 15, upgrade her to 40 maybe?
I'm not so sure.
Or not. She can wear the body gloves. There we go. Target's weapon skill and ballistic skills reduced by -5 for 2 rounds, stacks up to 6 times. Well, that sounds dumb. The wearer gains a stack of bloodshed. They also gain 10 toughness. Ooh, that's really good. I know who I want to put that on. I know who I want to put that on, too. Go back over here. Sure. She doesn't have a cape. Now she has a cape. I don't think I have any more weapons for her. Can't be equipped. Fair enough. Okay. All right. I think we're good.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Yeah, this place is a little big. Okay. I could have sworn we already did this one. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I did. Just in case. But I'm like almost positive that we've done this one.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Yeah, I'm almost positive I've done this. I mean, it's been a long-ass time, but still.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Okay. Dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and the standard... what? Standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters. I mean, BG3 does have replay value because you have all the different classes and stuff, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I've already done all this.
Know your duty.
Yeah, I've done all of this. The command throne. That's why I actually rather like this, because it's a CRPG. It's not dissimilar. It's not too dissimilar from Baldur's Gate 3. I actually do like CRPGs. It's just... it takes a while, and it can be really, really, really tough to, like, get into. I almost picked
the
up...
divine watches over us.
I almost picked up Chaos Gate as well. Almost. Which is the Grey Knights, which I think would have been a lot of fun too. Yeah, I already did all of this shit.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
To the outside, but I don't want to go outside. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had a time to reach for their weapons. Yeah, I know that.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Maybe there's something I'm missing in here? I don't really know. I asked about BG3 and people said there's a lot of replayability by changing how you do things and probably who you choose to be, but not sure about the last one. Well, what do you mean about the last one? What, the last what? Crit? Oh, the change. So, okay. So, here's the thing, right? So, there are certain things that you are and are not able to do when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, depending on your class. So, for instance, there are certain things that a paladin can only do. And sometimes that stops you from being able to do other things that, say, a rogue might be able to do, and so on, right? You may see the option, but it's not even something you can click on because you're not the right class. But at the same time, unless there are like new stories and new like total conversion mods and stuff like that, the story itself is going to stay the same. The only thing that's really going to change within the story itself is possibly who you have for your party. And the decisions that you make to get to the end. Basically. I just didn't like how badly the party didn't move where you wanted them to move after watching it on multiple streams. I don't mind watching, but not sure it's for me. That's totally fair. And even I had issues with that. Mostly for me, though, it was the jumping. The jumping, for whatever reason, was kind of borked. That makes sense. I know people who are into that path things. So for me, my first run, I was a Vengeance Paladin, which basically meant so long as I could justify that what I was doing was for the good of whatever god it was, I could get away with it. And I wouldn't have to worry about losing my status as paladin. Which was actually really, really cool. So even if that meant, like, teaming up with, say, like a monster or a race, that normally paladins would stay away from, if the ends justify, or I should say if the means justified the ends, I was fine. Totally fine. So at like the very, very, very beginning, right? You remember how, like, and I'm sure you've seen it, you remember how, like, one of the missions you had, Shadowheart. Was it Shadowheart? No, you had Lae'zel, and Lae'zel was trapped in the cage. Right? She was suspended in the air, trapped from the cage, and you had those people who were like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna take her and all this shit. You can talk them down, and that's all well and fine. And then they'll run, you or not run, but they'll leave. You can negotiate with them, you can intimidate them, or even as a vengeance paladin, I never even had to say a damn thing to them. I just walked up and started kicking the snot out of them. Killed them in cold blood, and then brought her down. But because she was an ally, and I was doing what was best for my ally, it didn't matter. So, yeah. The end justified the means. They deserved it. Absolutely they did. They did. 100%. Or, here's another thing. My first run through, I fucked the devil lady. And then I also fucked a succubus. Because the ends justified the means.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Yeah, see, I've already done all this. So where the hell do I go? Maybe over here? I don't think so, but... Distribution servitor. Yeah, see, I've already done all of this. Where's that coming from? There's a room over here that I haven't been in. Okay. No wounds on this heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot from ruptured blood vessels. Alright, well, let's open the door.
I'm not satisfied with that answer.
Oh,
I will repeat
shit.
my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
Another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Oh, shit. Who's this dude? The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt. The emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his... He's an inquisitor? Oh, no, he's an interrogator. Oh. Interrogator Van Calix, I presume?
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs Van Kellox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
Oh, great.
A psyker. Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Yes.
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the Rogue Trader's protection!
That's true. Idiocy is a member of my personal retinue and is under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Rogue trader Barnabas von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you. I'm under the orders of the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to Footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task. Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
Oh, shit.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Oh, good.
Blasphemous insanity.
Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base.
I hope so too.
I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Okay, well that's tough. Idira is really good. Argent is really good. Cassie is really good. I don't know what Heinrichs has. Shit. Pascal needs to go. Heinrichs needs to go. Barnabas needs to go. I'll leave Idira and I'll bring Cabela. There we go. And then I need to up Heinrich's level. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional 3 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack. +1 stack of Epicenter is slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wound for each stack. These temp wounds cannot exceed 3. Do that. Yeah, close the interface for now. Summary. Agility. Lore. I'm assuming strength. Agility, lore, and strength, it looks like. Here. Good. Reckless Strike. 20% armor pen and +8 damage. It ignores 12% of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Fine. More strength. Okay, good there. Athletics. Warriors less than 50% wounds. They gain plus 12 crit hit chance. Okay. Good there. Daring Breach also grants 10% plus 10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity. One round the warrior becomes priority target for every enemy hit. Go with that. That's fine. Weapon skill. Yeah, weapon skill's fine. Damage is increased by 50% against Xenos, 100% against Chaos Worshippers or Drukhari, against demons, and 50% of the enemy has already damaged the Psyker or any of the Psyker's allies in combat. Okay. Good. Okay. Toughness. There. Okay. Complete. Nice. Fighter's body's still warm. He only bled to death a few minutes ago.
For the Emperor.
Must be hiding nearby. Yeah. Oh. I need everybody over here. God damn it. Much better. Sheen Alter accepts the contact circuit restoration hymn. Aha. Save, yes. Nice.
We are bound by the blood of masses.
Okay. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now, he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight toward you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Sign of the Aquila the Emperor protects. Spawns curly as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium receives you, Pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse the Sixth, a servant of the motive force and praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the Predator responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, the rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro-Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. Is there currency in this game? Kinda. It's more based on reputation. The Praetor Electroid looks at Kibble and gives a dignified nod. You brought an assassin, good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, Blessed Slayer? Always. Can it be any other way? Nice. It was you, was it not, that Logis Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterwards. Tell me more. We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than overall view. This makes his logic different from that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were never short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. Okay. Also, Solanier, welcome in. What kind of visions? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned the world around him, traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. Logis Abel is dead. Sad news indeed. Tech Brother Abel was chosen by the Omnissiah to be a comprehender of great mysteries. May his spirit's motive force come into being anew in the fount of the miraculous fusion reactor. Oh, absolutely. I love this game. I'm just getting back into it. I took quite a long hiatus, but I'm having fun with it. Yeah. Few questions. Truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. The Praetor Electroid nods majestically. Also, Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Solanier. Thank you so much, Sophia. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who are you? The hardworking servants and dwellers of this cenobium, Electro-Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Sophia Fantasy gifted a tier 1 sub to Solanier. They have given 241 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much again, Sophia. Holy crap. The Corpus Cari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. Sophia snipes another one. Tell me more about the relic. It'd be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykod Minoris by the holy warrior of faith Locke Impulse I during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of this cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant laypeople, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Wow. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I'm sure I'll see you later this week, but if not, have a good one and take care of yourselves. Crit, have yourself, if we don't see you, I hope we do, but if we don't see you, have yourself a great holiday, and, yeah, hopefully we'll see you soon. And we always love and appreciate you being here, buddy. Pascal keeps a solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrite's claw betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred Archaeotech. You're not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I have met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every electro-priest is given numerous electus that combine in a blessed Voltageist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. That's oof. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I understand. I'm pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electro-priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here and how'd you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle. But the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he's upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest's shelter. Your words of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She's trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykod Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. The Praetor Electroid nods toward his entranced comrades. They're literally praying to DDoS her. That's hilarious. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro-priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and we're not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers, but I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. Okay. My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the ark and relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Fair. Confirm the presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Cassie nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see. House Orselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. Nice. Made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before that sacrilege began. I wish to get to the holy reactor. Oh boy. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to see the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. Wow, okay. The time has come to prove your loyalty to the Omnissiah, Praetor. In the name of the God of humanity, strengthen my numbers with the faithful eager to fulfill their duty, so that they may help me punish the blasphemers. Praetor stays silent for a long time. Finally, he lets out a deep sigh. Thank you, Pilgrim, for reminding me of our duty to humanity. I will send the Cenobium's warriors to your aid if that is what his warriors want me to do. Nice. Wait, oh hell yeah. I got 2 more tech priests? Oh, that's badass. Okay. 40k writing style is so entertaining. Oh, I love it. I got tech priests with me. So I got 3 tech priests, an Adeptus Sororitas, basically an Inquisitor, an Assassin, a Warp Priestess, and myself. That's insane. That is an insane group.
The Divine watches over us.
The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden by a grotesque barred mask. It's literally a ventilation cover. Yet the voice pouring out beneath her belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. Oh, they did. The art's amazing. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rasps musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. Holy shit! What a talented enemy! Can you do the governor's voice? But we're going with heretic. Silence, heretic. Your crazed preaching will not touch my mind. Do you cling to your blindness so desperately? Do you think it will protect you from the blinding radiance of the truth? The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to rest you from the details of the future that cult prophecies. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true, which is fantastic because she's got flamers for days now. Cassia squints and looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues. What wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley masks end, nothing but a colorless void remains. Hell yeah. Who are you? My name is known to you. I'm Aurora, servant of the Urulon, the cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rykod Minoris ablaze. Is Urulon a demon or just another heretic? Great path for one who was born in the Imperium's bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Resounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Road Trader, I can't wait to get this creature's mouth with the... to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? Oh. My turbo murder nun is just itching. I think that's enough heretical talk. Conservations about the truth always frighten ignorant minds. In the name of the God Emperor, die, foul creature. The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of the edge of daybreak. The Electro Priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierced them, as their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance. All the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, the edge of daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. Nice.
Grovel before the faithful.
Let's do this.
Chaos.
Did you just say, come to chaos? Wow. That's Cassia. That's Heinrichs. That's the Electro Priest. Okay, Pascal, Argenta. Yeah, screw it, let's do this. Oh, the Electro Priest is just going in. Oh, shit.
I will not die in dishonor.
Shields me! Make them bleed!
Okay, rounds until the reactor explodes 2, which is bad. And she's shielded, which also bad.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me?
Nice.
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
Do not dare ask. If only that were possible.
Chaos guides me.
Okay, Heinrichs, what do you got for us, buddy? So...
Get me a target. I won't object to it.
Nice. Give her toughness.
Naturally.
Give her endure. Oh, he's got endure, so that's fine. Okay.
A dance of blades and shadows.
No, I don't want to do that. Because I'll hit him too, and I really don't want to piss him off. I can do this, though. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
My blade whispers your name.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Trust me.
Nice. 5% armor pen, 8 to 10, 8 to 10. Might as well go for the cleave.
As the tenants demand.
Nice. Raining blood. Yes.
The shadows will see it done.
Blood oath. I like it.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Yeah, I gotta send more people over here.
Calculated Fury algorithm.
Okay.
The Omnissiah condemns you.
Nice. Hell yeah.
My vow is to serve. Running binary override.
Can't hit her. Yeah, I can't hit her at all. Damn. Got a tech priest and those two over there.
Let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Nice. She's got to get close up.
guided by faith.
There's only death. Or mine.
I serve the ruinous powers!
A broken blade has no use.
Death to non-believers!
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Death to the weak!
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Thank God for that.
I am a navigator. Try to die with grace, at least.
I think it's just on normal.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
That's fine, you don't have to be.
Alas, no.
Damn, no line of sight, huh?
More trouble than it's worth.
Ooh, hang on.
I'm done with this one.
Nice.
If this is my... May my blood be a worthy sacrifice. Do you think my body was suffering?
Oh, so much better. What are you? Death Waltz. Death from above. Target enemy without spending a charge, immediately making a melee attack against the enemy. Repeats this combination up to 3 times against random targets. Bucket.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed.
Nice. Get wrecked. Yeah, nobody's in my range.
Everyone, step aside.
Nice.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay. Oops.
The scriptural prognosis is...
You missed?
Rejoice! Another step towards our ultimate victory.
All right. I gotta get Argenta into this. But she doesn't have much.
I'll do it.
That's fine.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Chaos guides me.
I feel nothing. Fear.
Okay, Cassia's turn again. We got these dicks over here, which is not good. Okay, and then... extra turn, yes.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I don't think I can hit anybody from over here.
I won't do that.
Yeah, he's not in line of sight. Shit. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. That was kind of weird, but sure.
I bring mercy and retribution. I shall not fail.
Nope. There we go. Nice. Shift again. Dead. Nice. How far can I shift? Not far enough. Damn it.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Advancing. The undesired comes all.
Yeah, I saw that coming. Barnabas, put you here.
The Emperor, let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
Nice. Argenta hasn't done a damn thing yet,
Rejoice in battle!
which is sad, but we'll get her there.
Scorn the pain.
An offering of blood.
That Electro Priest is just going for it. Holy shit.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? You insist, Lord Captain.
Nice.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Good. Heroic Act. Dealing 12 damage? Okay. Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
No, if I do that, I can't do anything else, huh?
I won't object to it.
Nice. Okay.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, I gotta get her.
I am your blade and shield.
Into the shit.
As the tenant of killing brings me no pleasure.
Nice. Get wrecked. That'll bring him close.
Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Nope, can't hit him yet.
And so...
Dead. Nice.
I will not die in dishonor.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Ooh.
Me.
Hell yeah.
Another foe painted black.
Okay. Good. Here.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
It's okay.
I would that I could.
Oh, damn. She doesn't have enough. That sucks.
I won't object to it.
Might be able to hit from here.
Forward. Request approved.
And miss. Good job. Proud of you. Nice parry.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak.
Sure. That's gonna burninate everything, which would suck. So don't do that. Ooh, that was a dumb idea.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'm done with this one.
Nice. He's toast.
Choking me!
This goes against the tenets.
There we go.
The shadows will see it done.
Nice.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Damn. Okay. And a miss. Good job. Proud of you.
Throne taking.
Guided by faith! I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor... Faith without this is why I was chosen! I'll do it.
Damn. Okay. Flamers rock. She just fucking burninated him like it was nothing.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me, as duty demands.
Nice. Enough. Now an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the bloodstained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. What was it? Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You... The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt and then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Nice. Get wrecked, lady. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Barnabas. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. Cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together and individual words are distorted, as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Heinrich, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you were looking for? Heinrich raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold I am sensing, it is a tool of the archenemy. I am most grateful for your vigilance, Barnabas. Heinrich takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds. Curious. Heinrich stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have any other business in this system, in which case I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask. But after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Let us finish cleansing this monastery, Pascal. Executing, let the Omnissiah given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Nice. The miraculous fusion reactor. It is a miraculous fusion reactor, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure everybody's dead. I don't think we're going to be getting much from really anyone. Might just be me, though.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Take all of that. I think that's about it. Unless there's something over here. No. No. Okay. Looks like we're done here. I think. Maybe? Oh, great. Now we're all bunched up. And I can't see.
Ready for data input.
Turn to the landing area, Lord Captain of the Void Ship. Okay. Done and done. I like it.
No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant. Purge the unclean.
Oh god, I'm going there in dick formation. Lovely. Oh, that was cool. Let's talk to him. The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium greets its savior. Oh, that's cool as shit. Thank you, fellas.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Dick formation to the door. Yes. So where the hell do I get on this damn thing? Aha, yes. There we go. Nice. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate medicine. Appreciate that.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
I mean, yeah.
Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Be honest, Van Calix, is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
Fair enough. What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the Electro priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
Nice. Let's turn to the duties. He's about to say something when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone's trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Nice. Congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you simply not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Okay. And you know what? I feel like that is probably the best place to call it for tonight. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I want to thank everybody for being here. We got to go through the list. Wow. We had Lance coming in for 7 months. Thank you so much, Lance. Really, really appreciate that, buddy. We had Aylin coming in with bits. We had Gina coming in with that raid. Thank you so much, Gina. Really, really appreciate that. Always great to see you. We had Jin Rummy coming in with a follow, which is awesome. Thank you so much. We also had, where to go, Sophia coming in with 500 bits. Thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you. Holy crap. We had Lance finding the button and let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming in with another 200 bits. Thank you so much. And then we had Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Solanier. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Very, very generous of all of you. And welcome in Solanier and Jin Rummy. And we also had Jibba in here for a little while. Thank you so much. We had awesome people tonight. It was good to see everybody. I'm glad to be back, and I had a lot of fun. We had Sophia, we had Solanier, we had Medicine, we had Crit, we had Bloop. Corgi was here for a little bit. We had Jibba, we had Jin Rummy, we had Aylin, we had Lance, we had Spectre here for a little bit. We had a lot of awesome people here tonight. Spoiled was here for a little bit as well. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here, and thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all your generosity. It's really, really appreciated. I will be back later on today. And for those of you who are new and are just following, I stream Monday through Saturday, 7 p.m. Central U.S. time till 1 a.m. Central U.S. time. So yeah, hey, if you haven't already, drop a follow. It's free. I'm probably going to be doing more of this tomorrow. But until I see you all then, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for watching, and have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. I will be seeing all of you